Okay, so I'm back, and today I have no time constraints unlike yesterday. So the plan is to stick around until, or not stick around, but to go until I finish up what I was hoping to do yesterday, which was basically going through my discovery file and refactoring that, cleaning that up, getting all the cruft and fix me's and stuff out of there. However, there is one thing I want to first do. Guess we can just stash all that. And I want to go into, I think it's run. And down here, I realize this is a totally bogus type hint. I don't know, nobody seemed unhappy about it, so it didn't cause a kerfuffle at all, but I figure it's probably worth fixing. And, now that I'm sitting here looking at this, it seems a little bit silly because I don't know that specifying a callable that takes any number of mixed arguments and returns a mixed argument is any different than just having a callable. So I guess I will just trim that up to that. Okay. So pretty simple one today. And I think the last thing I did was, yeah, well, this is all just, oops, I suppose I should add that. This is all just kind of, and probably when I get to the point where I want to merge this back into the trunk branch, which is sort of the development branch. This is kind of more of a working branch, but I'm pushing it up to GitHub obviously because I have my integration suite or continuous delivery suite that runs all my tests on various different versions of PHP. So, but I suspect when it comes time to merge this back in, I'm gonna squish this stuff and probably reorder it. But anyway, so forget callable functions. Okay, so I think that is it for that. So back at it. Let me just scratch this off just to satisfy my own. Oh, you know what I wanted to do though as well? I think I wanted to. I take it back. I take it all back. Oops, just stash it, I guess. What were we working on here? Run. I think I wanted to document why we're okay with this, and this is methods. I guess we only reflect methods that we have already discovered and know exists. So it doesn't seem like this should have a fail. However, this method is also undocumented, so it's unclear what could cause a failure. So we'll just give out some nice little formatting, and we'll stick the same comment up here, except this is a methods, this is functions. We only reflect that we have already discovered and know exist. We only reflect functions that we know exist. I know this isn't an English class, but I try and keep my grammar somewhat comprehensible. So we only reflect functions that we have already discovered and know exist, so it doesn't seem like this should ever fail. However, this method is also undocumented, so it's unclear what could cause a failure here. Same thing We only reflect methods that we have already discovered and know exist, so it doesn't seem like this should ever fail. However, this method is also undocumented, so it's unclear what could cause a failure. All right. Looks good to me. Okay. Now... Okay. I'm feeling paranoid now after finding that stale stash sitting there. So we're back here in Discover. And what I was about, if I could type out the word, what I was about to do was delete this because we've decided what we want to do here. Oops. So how should you handle directory test? A test directory with no tests, we should log an error. So let me just see where we're at. I think we left things off with a passing test suite, but it always helps to run it, I feel, and just see where we left off. And after I got off stream last night, I was mulling around with this, and I think I can continue to simplify this up quite a bit. But it's one of those things where you kind of form this nice plan in your head, but then as you start to dig into the code, which is much like I've had a couple times already, but once you start to dig into it, you realize there's some sort of complexity or subtlety or edge case that kind of throws a wrench into it all. So we'll see what happens. But we basically did this. Now there's some other things I want to do, and I feel like one thing I want to be a little bit more conscious of, especially since these are recursively calling functions, is I want to clear stuff up. And I don't think I think unset is a language construct, not an actual function. But let me just try that and see what happens. Yeah. So, and actually, let me just run make test. And that probably will break stuff because I think I use this. Because what I want to do here, the reason why I want to unset that is we're setting it to the directory test, and then we may do some stuff to the run group ID that we've assigned to the directory test, like basically down here. And so now we have two run group IDs sitting around. And so, oops. That could get out of sync here. So instead of leaving that possibility open, I'm just going to have one. And now that I look at this, I feel like, oops, that's not what I wanted. I feel like I just want to pass in the actual structure here. So instead of this, we will take, I feel like this is going to either be a directory test or a file test. So, and that was, so this is going to be test run group ID. So we grab a new ID here, grab the, I don't know, without sort of getting into this too much, the groups that are held in the state are basically kind of a stack of IDs. Because the way things are, right, it's basically these are determined by the file system hierarchy. So as you define more groups, run groups, they're going to form a hierarchy just like the file system. So, and for resolving test dependencies, we need to keep track of sort of the hierarchy to figure out how to properly resolve dependencies. So the ID is just basically simply the count of groups we have, because once a group's created, it never really gets deleted. Then we grab the current group, then we create, because PHP arrays are copy on write, adding a new ID here actually makes this a different array. And then we set the new ID. We basically now have this array of groups, and we set that to the new ID. And instead of returning this, which I guess is going to turn into a void, we just set test run group ID to the ID. So now, instead of, we'll just pass in that directory. And we'll do the same thing here, except this is, I believe, now file. So let's just see what that did for us. Well, it broke something. Oh, probably because... All right, because I haven't gone here yet, so... What did we do here? So just for now, this is not going to survive, but just to get my test suite passing. We'll just slam that in there. So now back to discover directory. So I wanted to unset that. The other thing I wanted to unset was this set up file name. And let me just make sure that looks okay. Looks like it. And the other thing I decided to do was change this. I don't know. It's one of those things, there are two hard things in programming, or I'm screwing up the joke. There are three hard things in programming, naming things and off by one errors. And usually I feel like it's something I don't want to get too hung up on, although having clear semantic names is important. But in this function, I feel it's a little bit important because there are a handful of different paths we're dealing with. We have the directory path, which gets passed into the function. And then as we iterate the files in that directory, we then have these file names or file paths. So we've got the parent sort of directory path, and then the individual files in there. So I think what I'm going to do is call this directory path. Don't need to change that. So that will take care of that. And now down here, I already sort of have this convention of set up file name. So I'm going to call base name the file name. And then I think I have file path. I guess not. So see, I don't even know what oh, yeah, it's path name. So I'm going to call this file path. So this may actually not actually be any better, but I feel like it just makes it a little bit more clear what we're talking about here, right? If it's a dir path, it's oh, that's right. I gotta change this. Okay, let's see if we can just grind through this. All right. Anyway, I think I once again did not finish a sentence. I feel like this just makes it a little bit more clear. We're dealing with the right, we're in discovered directory, so references to directory path are the directory, and the fact that it's a path means we know it's a full path name. And then down here we have file name, which is just the base name. So hopefully that's the clue that it's just the base name of the file, or the name of the file itself. And then we have the file path, which is the fully qualified file path. So I think that is the only thing I want to clear up there. I may want to just inline this message. This is one of those things, especially if there's an error here, I probably don't want to get too persnickety about unsetting variables, but I do want to unset the file name and the file path here. And then result null. So that may be all I want to do there for now, but what I do want to do is explode that back out. Okay, we're in Discover already. Well, so I think what I want to do is just pass in the directory test fixture here. So let's just add that here. And part of me is also wanting to, I'd been thinking about this initially, and maybe I should just do it and see what that does, but maybe I'm just trying to do too many things at once. But I really kind of just want to stick this logger into the directory state, or the discovery state here, instead of just passing this around as a parameter to everything. Which maybe, you know what, I'm doing it. So where is our discovery state? And then this is going to be buffering logger. And then let's take our buffering logger and just set this logger to logger. And then where are we up here? Here in our entry point, we'll just pass in that logger. And then in discover directory, we can get rid of that. And now we just got to look for logger. We can get rid of that. It's going to be state logger. I think this, just so we can proceed piecemeal, I will keep in there. That will be state logger. Okay, and then this, though, I'm just going to go ahead and delete logger. So pass in, oops, state logger there. State logger there. State logger. State logger, state logger, state logger. Okay. I feel like I'm stifling a cough. So I think I'll just mute myself and try and cough. Okay. Hopefully that muted, and let me just check to make sure I'm unmuted. Looks like I am. I think that cough calls for a swig of Joe here. See, I already like that change I made because here we've called this file path. So there's a nice consistency there. So anyway, what I want to do is I want to create a new token iterator so we can iterate through the tokens in this file. If we don't have an iterator, then something went horribly wrong and we're just done. Then we have we start off on the global namespace. And now setup directory and teardown directory. We're not going to need that anymore, because this is why we have passed in the directory test. So we can just set those directly on the directory. But so the one kind of tricksy thing here is handling this run group. So I think what I'm going to do is let's just create a new run group. And what did I call this? Oops. A test run group. I don't think there's any constructor there. And let's just see how this goes. Oops. Let's get rid of this array. We'll start with this valid equals true. And then while we're getting tokens, if a token is an instance of a function token, then we grab the function name, we make this ID, and the whole point of this is because class names and function names are like namespaced differently, so you can have a class and a function with identical names. And maybe I'll just throw that comment in here. Classes and functions can have identical names. And now if we have not already seen that function, and the function exists, we reflect that function, and then we see if the line and the file match where we just found it, based on the token we got back. So if it is, then we know, okay, this is something we've seen, so we'll just set the ID to true, so that way if we ever see it again, we can just skip it. And now I think, well, I'll just continue walking through, I suppose, but I think I want to get rid of this regular expression. One, just because the less regular expressions you have in your code, probably the better. But also, we're doing this regular expression, which presumably entails some sort of scan of the string. And then we're keeping this matches array here that holds, because we have some patterns here, some capturing patterns. So we have this matches variable that we then stick what we've matched on. But then we immediately come through here and then start scanning those matches to see, okay, what did we find? So we're kind of scanning the string, you know, at least twice, potentially with some complexity going on with the regular with preg match, although that's I think implemented in C, but still, we're at the very least doing sort of a double scan of the string, and if we just sort of parse this manually, we can just scan through the string once. But that, let me come back to that and see if we can just do some stupid simple changes here. So if it's set up, and we have a setup directory, and this is kind of where the nested ifs start to get a little deep. But so where are we here? We're in directory test. Well, we're not in here. I just want to pull this up for reference. So if directory, and we just said this is a setup directory. Right. So this is going to be an error. Else directory setup equals function. And I feel like so we had that where we found, so let's just kind of nick this from up there. Valid's going to be equal false. Functions, and this is going to be, oh, well, this is fine. This will be directory setup, get, I think just get name, and then this is going to be function name. Then we'll log that error, otherwise we set that. And now we get this. So let me just, so we're either matching on run or nothing. So if we don't have, so if we got setup, but we didn't get a run, the word run, then this is just a directory setup. Otherwise, we did get the word run, and we want to make sure there was a name we could parse out of the function name. And if so, we'll just say unable to determine run name from otherwise so then we log an error, we set valid to false and log an error. Oh, this is not dir path though, this is file path. And then I think if and let's see, oops. So what do we have in run group? We have runs. So if, let's just do if not is set run group runs run. Then let's just create it. Run group runs run equals a new, what are we doing? Test run, I guess. And then, well, let's make this run name. Actually, let's make this run name. Oops. Actually, I'm wondering about, well, let's just leave that for now. So we lowercase, basically normalize this run name. Then if it's not set, let's just create a run equals a new test run info equals new run info, and then run tests is going to be the directory. And then we'll just set that to, we'll just add that run. We'll add that run to the run group. And then so then we want to check if so yeah, we'll just set you know, let's just grab the run back out here. This is going to be run name. So run equals run group, run name. And then we'll set the run info name to the name, and then we'll set run info. This is setup, I believe. Setup to the function. Although we're going to have another if run info setup. This is actually going to be another error. Else, oops. Then we'll set that stuff. And then our error is going to be let's just buffer discover. So this is function discover directory setup. Let's just, oops. So I guess, right, we already have this other function here, validate runs. And so it might be, I'm just going to slam this in there, and then we may want to, in fact, we're likely going to want to pull that logic out, because discovering tests in a file also does the same thing. But I thought, oh, this is going to be a log of fixture error. But, sorry, I silenced my phone so it wouldn't distract me, but then the screen still lights up and distracts me. So there you go. I think I'm going to turn my fan up a little bit. It's getting a smidge warm. Not just for my little nuck that's trying to keep up, but I'm starting to feel a little warm too. Okay, so okay, I don't know if we really want this log fixture error. This may still be something we want to sort of abstract out, but we're going to set valid equals false, and you know what, just for good measure. Oh, you know, I had a generic sort of multiple, like, dude, you define multiple fixture functions. So here we can be a little bit more, I guess, explicit. So this is going to be multiple setup functions for test run. Let's do this. And this is going to be sprintf now. So this is going to be run name, and then it's going to be, where are we? Run setup name, and then function name. That is our message, and then we'll log the message. Otherwise, we'll just set this stuff. Except this is going to be run name now. Actually, that's right. I don't. Okay, so I want to normalize this for the purposes of for indexing into the array of runs, or the dictionary, I guess, technically, of runs. But I don't want to. I do want to keep the. So maybe we just call that index. So we'll call this the run name because that's going to be the actual name of the run. But then we'll get, I don't know, run index, which will just be the lowercase run name. So this is going to be run index. If that run index doesn't already exist, we create a new run and shove that in there. And then we just pull it out again right away. And then if we already have a setup, then we set valid to false. And we log an error that has the run name, run setup get name, and then the function name. Otherwise, we set the name to the run name and set the setup function to the function. Otherwise, yeah. Now we look to see if we have a teardown function. We basically do the same thing except now for teardown. So at the risk of creating some horrible copy pasta, I'm going to copy that and paste it. So multiple, and this is going to be teardown get name and function name. Otherwise, directory teardown is going to be that function. And this is literally going to be the same logic here. Except for so this is going to be, oops. Why isn't this, do I not, is this, okay, well, I guess that's not closed. That goes to there. That goes to there, right? That is, oh, I have a, I thought something was screwy was going on with my highlighting here. Function name. Multiple. Oh, this is totally. That's totally jacked up. Okay. So run name, run setup. Okay. So now are you happy with me? Looks like it. Actually, we want to go here. And so run name equals matches from setup, Teardown, okay, so I think that's all. So let's see here. If we get a function token, and if we get a namespace token, we just set the namespace to that. But I think that's probably all we need to do there. So now we validate the runs. And then we validate. So I don't think this validate fixture is necessary anymore, because I think all we do is we see if we have more than one fixture function for whatever array we passed in, and then generate an error. So that goes away. That goes away. And then let's see what validate runs does. So basically the same thing. We check to see. We may still want to validate run, use this validate runs here. Because even with all of this, right, since we gather up these runs sort of piecemeal, at the end we need to figure out if, well, if they're good or not. Which basically is ensuring that they have a setup function, because the way test runs are structured, you need to have a setup function, and a teardown function is optional. And we've already flagged a case where there's not a name, because we need a name to even identify what run it is. So this is going to be something like OK equals, then we'll pass in, we'll just keep the state. We don't need the file path anymore. We'll just pass in the run group. And now I think run group, I think we need to set run group name to the file path. Let me just take a look at my definition here. Well, actually, what does this do? This returns it returns an array of run info. So, oh, that's right. We do that. We do that up in discover directory, and Okay, let's just pull this up. Test room group, it's path. Path. Actually, since we're passing in the directory, we don't even need this file path argument, do we? Because it's just going to be... What are we doing here? No, not up there. Oh, wait, no, we do need that file path because that file path is actually the setup file, not the directory. Okay, so we do need that, and we do need to pass that into validate runs, I suppose. So we're okay, and then we'll just set valid equals okay, valid, something like that. We do need to turn in the pass in the file path. Oops. Let's move this fix me down here just so I try not to forget about it. Although, right, validate runs is called elsewhere. All right, we're just going to choose this for now. Just because I want to be able to change this and just see if it works without having to go through and do this for file discovery as well. So we just said we're going to pass in, we don't need that anymore. We're going to pass in the state. We're going to pass in a test run group, and that'll be the run group. And then we'll pass in this file path. And then this is going to return, I guess, a bool. So let's just do for each run group runs as, oops, run So essentially all we need to do is this check here, right? We don't need to do this duplicate fixture check. So this is going to be, if not is set run setup, and I suppose I could just, then we're going to have this error message here. Oops. Otherwise, I guess we can hang on to this. The name. And we want to create a new run. That's obviously not going to be the same, but and then we just return valid. Valid's going to be false. This is going to be run, teardown, name. And that's going to be the file path. Actually, you know what we can do here? So for now, since we hang on to this, so we get a test run group, and that is going to be runs. This is going to be, and I think the one nice thing about doing this is right now I have this run info class. I think at this point now I should be able to just stick that directly into the test run. But anyway, we'll get to that when we get to that. So if we iterate through all the runs, if the run doesn't have a setup function, we set val to false, we'll log this error. Teardown run function blah has no matching setup run function. Otherwise, I guess we'll assert that the run info Do I really want to assert that though? I don't think I do. I think I'm just not going to. All we really need to do then at this point is, so we should have a name, a setup, and then maybe a teardown. We just need to generate this new run. We'll set that on yeah, we need to set the ID, or we need to set the ID on the run info. So it's going to be run info ID equals something, and then the run tests is going to equal the run group tests. That's all we need to do. Well, we need to figure out what this new run does. And you know what? Let's just think. Let's see. Oh, new run. What else is calling this? Oh, validate runs old is calling that. Okay. Which that's gonna go away. So I'm just gonna go crazy here and inline this. Because this is going to be very simple right now. More or less. State, oops, global name setup teardown is already set. So this is going to be run info ID equals just the count of the global runs. Then we add that to global state. And I think that's it. But what that does mean, though, is we want to set, right, what do we, path is going to be, not the file path, this is going to be the directory path, and then run through tests is going to equal the directory. I just want to make sure this is going to be name, not path. All right, so let me step through this madness here. Get the new iterator, or we get an iterator, a token iterator for the file. Oh, well, okay, we'll come back. We'll come back. Run group equals this new test run group, and we'll set paths, the path and the tests right away. Initialize the namespace. We'll assume we're valid unless we discover otherwise. Then we start going through tokens, and the only token, so let me just, the only other token we care about is this namespace token, and then we just update the namespace. So we get a function token, we build the function name from the namespace and the function name. Then we create maybe instead of calling this ID, call that function index. Okay. Then if we haven't seen that function, then and the function exists, then reflect that function, check to see if we're actually in the file and the line on which that function was defined. Set the scene to true. Then we do this preg match, and then if we get a setup and we did not get run, then we check if directory setup is already set. If it is, then we set valid to false, log this error, and go about our business. Otherwise, we just set directory setup to function. Otherwise, we did get a run name, and this was a setup run, and we want to figure out what the name of the run is. So we grab that out of matches 3. This is going to be run name, though. If that is empty, then we set val to false and say unable to determine a run name from setup run function, just the name of the function. Log that. Otherwise, we get our run index, which is just going to be the run name lowercase. If that index has not already been set, we create a new one, or we create a new test run and initialize the run info and set, let me just pull this up, tests to the directory. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that here. We'll do that when we validate our test runs. So we create the new run, initialize the run info, and then set the index of that run. We just pull this back out, so now we can start to deal with it. So this is a run setup function. So if that already has a setup function, then we log an error and set valid to false. Otherwise, we'll set the name and the setup to the run name and the function. And then we repeat this logic for teardown. So if we do not find setup underscore run or setup run, this is just the directory teardown function. If we already have one, false or valid is false. Create our error message, and then log that error. Otherwise, we just set the directory teardown to that. Otherwise, we do the same thing. We pull out the run name. This is again going to be run name. That's empty. Then we flag another, we set valid to false, log another error. Otherwise, you generate our index again, which is just the lowercase run name. Again, if you don't already have that index, we create a new run and run info, and then set that into the run group. Pull that out, and if it already has a teardown function, we set valid to we set valid to false. And then log our error. I got distracted because what I realized here is well, so we are normalizing the run name here to just lower to lowercase. I suppose it's not really a big deal. So, right, we are normalizing the run name, the index at least, to the lowercase of the run name. Just so, because PHP function identifiers are case insensitive, at least I think that's just for ASCII characters. So I think the ASCII characters should be lowercase. The function names. And then I need to check the documents on that one. Where are we doing string over here? Where else are we doing this? Probably down there, or wherever that is. But anyway, so we normalize the function name to basically case insensitive because PHP identifiers are case insensitive. Then, but we set the run name to whatever the casing of the function was. I guess that's actually not a big deal, because I guess the only way that could just get a little bit weird, because I guess you could technically define the run setup function and the run teardown function using different case. But that would already, well, that wouldn't do anything. That would just be different case. And so we were setting the run name based on whatever the last function we find is. But I guess that's fine. Like, I don't think we need to see, hey, is the name already set? We'll just set the name to whatever, because effectively it's the same name. Really, I think the only issue this is catching is if it's probably not a big deal, but you could do like setup run foo, or you could do something like setup run foo, and based on our parsing, the run name would be foo here for both of these. But because of the underscoring, you could define these two functions, but like PHP wouldn't let you do setup run foo, or at least it shouldn't, because function names are case insensitive. So this is really the only thing. This situation here is the only thing we're guarding against, because if we, right, in this case, run name will be foo. Good lord, I guess I'm not sitting in a great position to type. foo, and then we just normalize both of those to foo, and then that's an error. So I don't think it really matters what we're doing with the run name here, but we do want to make sure, I guess, we're doing this lowercasing properly. So anyway, that kind of derailed my thought process. Okay, so I think that all looks good. Then we come down here and we validate the runs. And we'll just inline that. And at this point, but I should make sure. So again, I'm just using the, regardless of whether valid is true or false, let's validate the runs because we may pick up extra errors. And if that returns false, then valid will be false. If it returns true, then this Boolean operation will continue and set valid to whatever, well, valid will be unchanged. So it will either stay true or stay false. And so let me just take a look at validate validate runs. So we hand in the test group, which has the directory on it already. And then for each run, we just basically check that we have a setup function. If we don't, we log an error. Otherwise, we generate, oh no, right here we set it. We set the tests. And then we add that to the global state. And we just return it for what everything looked fine or not. So then back here, I don't think we need to do anything, right? Here we just check if everything looks okay. We've already created this. So we're going to return. But now we just need to get this run group back to discover directory. Guess I didn't need to scroll all the way up for that, but I will change array. This is going to be bool and maybe a test run group. I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to do this. We're going to return valid and then the run group. And I guess the only thing if so if we did not actually find any runs, we don't need to return a run group. So let's just see if not run runs, then run group equals null. And then so back here in discover directory, directory setup, I could type this. Oh no, that was back in. Then, so this is, let's just unpack this. It's going to be okay, run group. And then valid is going to be okay, invalid. Down here, let's set OK. And then instead of fixture, this is going to be run group. If valid, and this is essentially going to be if valid, result is going to equal run group. And it's been a while since I've done this, the short-circuiting, but otherwise it's going to be, if I could spell it, directory. I think that is going to take care of that. State, we want to pass in the directory though. Right, where is, yeah, the directory, and then the file path. And so now, since we've done all the work in we got to do this business with the new run group. So I think we can just do that here at the bottom. If run group runs, else run group equals null, and then let's see, let's just throw that in there. So we've already created the new run group. We've already set the path and tests. Let me just bounce back up here. Path equals directory name, tests equals directory. We've already iterated through and done that. So let's see what new run group is doing. Who calls this? That's called several places, it looks like. So, okay, let's just keep this the same for now. Where are we here? State, test, let's just, this is going to return oh, yeah, that works fine. So then this is going to be global state and then the directory. So count state, that should be fine. That should be fine. So back here to discover directory. So we don't need to do any of this anymore. That goes bye-bye. So now all we need to do down here is go through each test that we've discovered. Basically do discovery on that, and then set it in directory. And what's awesome about this is, right, we've got multiple things now holding references to directory, but this is, they're all going to get the updates. So, if we had any tests, we just set our result to either the run group or the directory. Result will not have been changed at this point. Right? Yes. Otherwise, we'll just log. We'll just log that. Tests we need to hang on to. So we unset the run group ID, valid, setup file name, run group test, file name path. And message. We're going to get this okay, which I do want to get rid of. So we unset the setup file name, the file path, and okay. Don't need to unset the message because if we're not valid, we're just going to return right away anyway. But then all we have left is the directory, the run group. Okay, this all looks good to me. I guess we can unset their path. I don't know. Where are you at there? No, we can't. So let's save that and see what kind of havoc has been wrought. Okay, 138. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we don't need state the their path and the run group ID. Okay. 170. Oh, if not, return, yeah, good catch there. Null 234. Yeah, so let's run info. I guess. So I'm not sure what to. Yeah, whatever. Let's just fix this and go access 239. This is all in Discover 239. Go. Oh, this is info. Same thing, 294. Info. 755. Go. That should be fixed now. 760. Go. Oh, Teardown. So the only way we should have a... Ugh, what am I doing? A run info here is if we had either a setup or a teardown. What line is that? 750 so or whatever. 762. That's going to be state logger. $766. Oh, this is already. Oh. guess this should be discovery state. Let's see what happens. Five. And then 770, what's going on? Strangetest state runs, which is an array of run info. Oh. Okay. Trusty on that one, PHP stand there. I suspect this is because we have now made let's just assert set test info setup. That might be the easiest way to do that. And then in here, let's initialize this to an array. Because you cannot iterate null. Too few arguments. Okay, so now, since a lot of my tests are kind of cheesing it, it's not too bad, I guess. But I am going to shrink this down. Still got a swig of cold coffee here. So this is going to be edit test. Test discovery, test discover file. This is what, 175. What are we sticking in here now? The logger, and then we'll stick the logger in there. This is all on. And now I gotta go to 149. I have a feeling I've done this a lot of places, so let's do that. 149, 3. Swap those. Discover file, line 29. Oh, that fixed absolutely nothing. Because okay, here's what we'll do. New buffering logger. And this is going to be state logger. So that should fix at least a few of those. So we're back here on 176. And 76, 150. And here's kind of the one, I guess, somewhat annoying thing about, oops, PHP is, well, no, that's not true. Once we take that out, it's going to break a whole bunch of things. I take it back. I take it back. One, what can't be a string now? I was wondering about that. $24 and $176. Yeah. Not sure why that would be a problem. Too few arguments to discovery state. One passed. Exactly two expected. Uh, oh, wait a minute. Okay. Wait, discover. Okay. What are the chances, right? This is in test discover directory. Yeah, what are the chances that the exact same line in two different files would have the same problem? Or not the same problem, but I don't know why I didn't just write the same code that would. What is going on here? What is going on is I probably shouldn't try and talk and code at the same time. This is going to be state. Right, I mean, they were both, what line was it? 176? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? I am passing the second parameter right here, but I didn't realize it was a different file. But the same thing was happening basically on the same line in two different files. This might, let's just see if this takes care of it. It does not. Over here. 64, am I reading this right? Test discover directory. Test. I feel like this is definitely not the correct file. Oh, 181. Oh. Okay, this is. Function discover. Yeah, okay. That maybe that'll do it. Okay. So line 193. Called from 168. . So, okay, multiple. Yeah, so this is going to be found multiple directory setup functions, and this is going to be and this is going to be found multiple directory teardown fixtures and I think that'll fix that error. No, it did not. Oh, I have too many spaces there, apparently. There should be functions, not fixtures. How many errors, or one failure? And while I'm sitting here, so found multiple, so I'm going to throw to do in here. Report which line each function was defined on. Found multiple, same thing here. Multiple, that does not apply there. Found multiple directory setup files, multiple directory setup functions, multiple directory teardown. What am I found? Oh, okay, so let's found multiple and this is going to be to do current line numbers report which line each function is defined on. That was teardown. Found multiple setup functions for test run, and we want to link this to do. Where is this now? Found. Okay. Okay, so I just want to make that note to ensure that just to make people's life a little bit easier to write the file is reported here, and now we want to say blottable online, whatever, and blottable online. So we are still here in, oh no, this isn't test runner now, I guess. Test runner, test, what are we? test files. 836. We gotta move that there, and then we gotta put the buffed logger in there. Let's just see. Sweet. All right. Although, oddly enough, memory usage seems to keep climbing. Oh well. Ugh. Okay, so I feel like that was a pretty big change, but I feel like I'm happy with that. And I think there's more. We're going to be able to pull some stuff out and delete stuff. So I think it's just going to get better. And I'm also very happy how, as much as possible, this is, we're essentially doing all this in one pass, which is very nice. Like, there's hardly anything now going on in this discover directory function. We're just iterating through each path, making sure there are no duplicates. Not even that, really. The only case we're handling is the setup PHP. And then, yeah, we're just finding all the paths and iterating them. And if we have a run group, we just set that to the result and return whatever the result is. So, quite happy with that. Oh, you know what that does remind me, though? And maybe I'll just slam this in here. So that was one of my notes from yesterday, but I figured I'd just deal with it when I got to it. Of course, I got so carried away here, I forgot about it. But one of the tests yesterday was, well, it was a little bit weird. So that's, I think the test may have been cheesing it, but it was checking to see how errors in, I thought it was a setup file. Maybe not. I guess I'll have to look at that again. But anyway, the point being, I thought it was checking for an error in the setup, like a directory setup file, although the error that we were creating was just a skip. And so that skip was being logged, but then it was also saying, hey, no tests were found in this directory. And I feel like in that case, we should only have skip or the error that there were no tests found. But I guess that could also be happening where maybe that wasn't this is why I might have to double check. Maybe that wasn't happening in the setup file. It might have been happening in one of the test files, and because it's a test, that was the only test file we had in there. So the test file was skipping when the file was included, resulting in that would take us where, well, that would be up here then, right? If that was the only file in there, this would come back null. And so we would not add that to the tests, the dictionary of tests here, and then we would log that error. So that might be what's happening. And so I guess I'm wondering, so maybe what we want to do is if there's not a test, we'll set valid to false, and then if we find no tests and valid is false, or no, valid is true, meaning like something else didn't happen in there, then we'll log the error. So let me just so if we have directory tests, then we're fine, else if valid. So there weren't any obvious errors, but we didn't find any tests. That didn't change anything. Oh, because I put this in the wrong place. If I don't know why I'm having a hard time here. Equals false. So yeah, okay. No, that's not quite okay, because I feel like in this case we should be getting an error, right? So I guess I got to think about this. I guess it's kind of a small issue. So let's just undo whatever I was trying to do here, and I'm going to throw a, I don't know, I feel like I should make this more of a to-do than a fix-me. What's my to-do? I mean, I guess I don't log an error for finding no tests in the directory if errors happen during discovery. So if errors during discovery result in no tests being found, then this ends up spamming the logger with the errors from discovery, and then this error about no tests being found. With both the errors from discovery and this error. Ideally, we would only want to log an error here. Log an error about no tests being found if there was if nothing went obviously wrong during discovery. And I kind of would like to just shorten up this a little bit, so if I grep it, I just have a nice succinct sentence about what I need to do, what the to-do is. Handle finding no tests. Something like errors during discovery shouldn't cause an error about the no tests in a directory. Still seems long to me. Maybe an empty directory should only be in their discovery. Oh, there's like no nice way to word, no nice short way to word this. Errors during discovery shouldn't cause an error about no tests in the directory. I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm getting in the weeds here. So everything's fine now, right? Okay. So with that, I think it's time for a little bathroom break. And probably some fresh water. I have drank all my cold coffee. So, I don't know. I guess I'll give myself a few minutes. Guess I gotta be careful what I do here so I don't. Alright, so I guess I'll take about 5 minutes or so, freshen up, splash some water on my face, get some cold water, etc., etc. Maybe have a smoke, except I don't smoke. But anyway, I'm going to take a few minutes and I'll be back. Okay. Actually very happy with how this has turned out. The directory setup function is a bit of a mess, but there's some more I want to do with that, and I think I'm going to push on to discovering files because I think as I work through that, a lot of the logic with run groups will be I'll be able to consolidate that. While I was away, I decided the error message here, or the to do here is just kind of not even changed. Fix handling of, or how should we, or yeah, just fix handling of directories with no tests. And now it'll take me to this longer comment. If errors during discovery result in no tests being found, then this ends up spamming the logger with both the errors from discovery and this error about tests. Anyway, ideally, we would only want to log an error about no tests being found if nothing went obviously wrong during discovery. Okay. Just want to make sure nothing, no bits got flipped by radiation or anything while I was away. So now on to discover file, I think. So the first thing we're going to do is get rid of this logger parameter. And so this is going to be state logger, logger. This still is. Oops. No. State logger. Except we already have state there. Well, I ended up just in a completely different function. Let's just go through this again. State logger, state logger, state logger, logger. Let's just do it. State logger. Okay. So discover file. Oops, file. We no longer need to pass. So let's just see. I'm sure that probably broke test. Looks like it. So this is in discover file. Let's discover file. Buffer. Uh, 177, I think. Yeah. And I wonder. So over here, test, discover file, oops, 151, it's 151, 125, 31. Did I already do? And then that's in test files, but I did do 150. So then this is in edit test. This is in what? Runner, test files, test runner, test files, line 840. Oh, no longer need to pass in that buff to the logger. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Let's delete that buffer. What else do we have open here? Let's delete these tests. Not delete them, but close the buffer. Class file test. Okay, so function. Let's go with file. Okay, so we'll just return null here. I guess, yeah. So this is going to be kind of the same sort of business as setup, discover directory setup, get our token iterator. If for some reason something happened wrong there. But now let's do file equals new file test. File name is going to be, I think, just the file path. Didn't seem to be a problem with directory test, but so I'm just noticing, right, we don't initialize tests here, which should be an array. And unless we do it explicitly, but if we, and maybe I just never actually test for this. It doesn't look like it. So if we add, right, if we add an array to, or if we try and add an element to something that's null, PHP just automatically changes that or instantiates or creates an array. Oh, but we're right. Okay, that's right. I mean, maybe. So here, right, if we have any tests, right here the array gets created if it's not already been created. And then null will just be false if we've never created it. I don't know, I kind of feel like I still want to make that explicit, and same thing, let's just do that file test as well. I just feel like it gives me a false sense of comfort. Discover, it's not a buffer. Discover file. Okay, so but we are going to want to keep this array of tests around, except this is going to be a variable now. We are I think we're going to want to do the same thing too, where we set a run group, very much like we did with discover directory setup. Run group equals null. Oh, we'll set file run group ID equals run group ID, and then let's just unset that right away. Okay, then initialize our namespace, run group, tests, and then whether or not we're valid, and then away we go. And I'm just what did we do here? Yeah, same thing basically. I'm just being weird now, I suppose, but okay. So if this is a class, class name will be built up from the namespace. And part of me wants to call this the index again. And in fact, let's do that. Do that here as well. Okay. If we have not seen this before and the class exists, then we grab a new reflection class, and then we check to see if this is where it's actually been defined. If so, then we just throw into our scene that we have now seen this. So now we do our check to see if it either starts with the name test or has a test attribute on it. And if it does, we're just going to set test index to the class, and then we'll just blow that all away. And pretty much the same thing is going to happen here. Function name, well, not pretty much the same thing because there's other things we have to take care of. But anyway, test index will be function name. So if you've not seen this index before and the function exists, then we reflect it and we see if we've actually found, or if we're actually in the file in the line where it was defined. If so, then we've seen this identify. Whatever ends up happening, we've seen the identifier, so we set scene to true. And then if the name starts with test, or it's decorated with the attribute, then test index is gonna pull the function. We blow that away. Okay, and here we do pretty much the same thing as in discover directory setup. And again, I think I'm going to want to get rid of this regular expression here and just parse it out manually. So if this is just a regular old setup function, then if file, oh wait, this is interesting now. Well, interesting. And I feel like, you know, going through this, I feel like I want to change this. So for both classes well, for both methods and functions, one can define like a setup function and a teardown function, right? But like in a class, that's just another method in the class. And every every test method, right, they're going to have the same setup and teardown function. And it's going to be the same thing for a function test. There's going to be a setup and a teardown function defined in the file. And then for every test function, the setup function, teardown function is going to be the same. Right now, I'm holding that setup and teardown in the actual individual function test in the method test, but I feel like I should hold those now in class and the file. I suspect that's probably the right way to do it. But for now, let's do set a function equals null, and then oops, teardown function equals null. So when we come back down here, then if setup function, it's going to be an error. Otherwise, setup function equals function, and then valid's going to be false. Our message is going to be printf here. Multiple setup functions found, and this is going to be %s and %s, and we're going to get ourselves another to-do here about show line numbers and which functions, fit functions were defined. And this is going to be setup function get name, and then function name here, and then state logger here. And this is going to be file path and message. So this is going to be basically the same thing, except if file setup functions. So this is going to be file setup, setup get name. Otherwise, file setup equals function. And right, I'm going to be doing this a bunch more times, so I'm wondering if I should just split this out now. Let me just take a schwack at this. So function validate. I feel like I have an old in here. Okay, so that's still. So we have validate fixture. Validate runs. Validate runs old. Validate fixture. Who calls this? Nobody calls that. So this is going to be our huckleberry here, I guess. So what are we doing here? We want to take we'll take our logger, This is going to be this might have to be a template function. In fact, let's just try this out. Template T of good lord, reflection function abstract. I may be trying to get too clever here. This is going to be at param T, I guess, discovered or new. And this is going to be T old, I guess. This is going to return a bool. So I feel like this is going to be reflection method abstract new, and then a reference to actually reflection method abstract, a reference to old. So if old, then we're just gonna we're basically just gonna pull out this logic essentially. Except we're gonna move this over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 indents. All right, valid equals true. So this is going to be if old, then valid equals false. Multiple we're still going to need this file path. So let's put this back in here. In which duplicate multiple fixtures found. So this is going to be old git name and new git name. And then we just need the logger here. Otherwise, old equals new. And I think turn valid. So let's just see what happens there. Valid's gonna equal namespace validate fixture, and that's gonna be state logger file path function and file setup and valid. I kind of just want to do that and see if it works, but same thing is going to happen here. Then this is going to be valid equals namespace fixture state logger file path function, and this is going to be setup function. and valid. Okay, and this is going to be the run name. And maybe it's time to pull this out as well. Let's go back up to discover trajectory setup. So essentially, it's going to be everything inside those braces. So and let's just call this validate run. Oops. Oh, I totally screwed that up. Okay, so we're going to get the run name passed in here. So we're going to need the run name. So valid equals true, valid equals false. We're going to need logger, so I guess that would be the buffering logger. We're going to need the file path. We also need this function name, I guess. And we're going to need the run group. Test run group, run group. Just feel like this is getting a little heavy on parameters here. But let's just push on. So so we need the file path. Okay. So if the run name is blank, valid equals false, log the error message. Otherwise, get the run index, create a new run, set if run info setup. So run name, run info. So this is going to be get name, I guess. Else run info name. And even this right, because now this degrades into this. So this is going to be valid equals namespace validate fixture, and this is going to be, so the only problem with this though, right, is we kind of need separate cases for setup and teardown. But anyway, this is going to be, what did we say this was? Yeah, well, that works. So this is going to be the logger, file path, new is going to be function, and old is going to be a run info setup. And so I guess the last piece we need here is so let's put the file path here. And then we'll put reflection function here, and then this is going to be those are going to be strings, and we're going to return a tool. Okay, and you know what? Maybe we can just keep chopping that up. So where are we here? Discover file. And what I'll do is I guess I'll just get this working for file. Else valid equals namespace validate run, and this is going to be state logger path run group function, and then run name. And so all that goes away. And then this is going to be valid equals namespace validate fixture, and this is going to be state logger file path function, and this is teardown function valid. And then this is going to be the same thing, except for setup, teardown. So I think this is what I mean here. Let's just yoink this for now. Let's make this validate teardown run. this will be validate setup run. So first thing we want to do is literally the only difference here is this line, this right here. But there's a lot that can happen in here, right? We can got to validate the run, create the run name, potentially create a new run and add it to the run group. One thing we're not doing here, though, is we're not setting the run name. Okay, so I'm not going to create separate functions. Validate. And I guess this is going to be more of a run fixture than, than the actual run. I mean, I guess the simplest way to do this would be bool maybe setup. So valid is true. If the run name is 0, we're not valid. From run fixture function. Let's make this a sprintf. We'll determine run name from run fixture function blah. Otherwise, we nab the run index. If this is not okay, then we check the run group to see if it's in there. If not, then we just create it. Then we grab the run and so this is sort of the only annoying part. Equals setup, and that'll be a reference to run setup. Otherwise, it'll be a reference to run Teardown info, I guess. And then this will be, that seems mildly gnarly to me. So validate run fixture, and then this is going to be true. Otherwise, run name is going to be matches 3, and then we're going to want to valid, and I forgot invalid. Validate run fixture, and this is going to be the logger, file path, run group, the function, the run name, and false. And that does all of that. So output goes away. This goes away. That goes away. That goes away. That goes away. What do we do when validate runs here? So valid equals validate runs, and this is going to be state run group file path valid. I think I did not set yeah, this is not null. This is test run group run group path equals file name run group tests equals file. Okay. Here then results is going to be null if valid. I think all we need to do is for each file. Oh no, this is tests. For each tests as right. Are we setting this correctly? I think we are. Where are we? For each tests as name. It's not really the name. Actually, you know what we do want to test index test I'm keeping you around because I know we're going to need you. That looks good. I think this is all being handled already now. So we are down here, basically. And that should be that, I believe. And this is going to be a test instance of reflection class with its class. Done fixed. State logger else. name equals text. Name equals file. Test equals. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Okay. This cannot be tests for each test as. Well, actually, I guess in this case, it could be, because, but here it can't really. I don't know. What the heck do I want to call this? I don't know. Reflected test. That is an impressive name. This is going to be reflected test. Oops, reflected test, and this is going to be setup function. And file test, this is going to be test index. Okay, and then if tests, then result equals. Wait a second. I think I done screwed something up here. Let's just see how I did this for. Okay, run group is. So wait a second. What did I? Oh, if. See, it's okay. So if tests. Okay, otherwise. Tests, then if run group runs namespace run group. Oh, this is just realized I moved this fix me down here. I guess I probably should walk through that. So this is happening here because so this needs to happen. Oops. I think this needs to happen before. So if we're val at this point, and then if run group runs, then has runs, then we want to create a new run group. State global, and then file, right? That sets the new run group on the file. Else run group equals null. Then we want to iterate through all the tests. And if the reflected test is an instance of reflection class, discover that class. Otherwise, create a function test. And if test, set it to the index, and then if tests, right, this is going to be an result equals run group. That'll be the run group, otherwise it'll be the file, otherwise for the moment, let's just basically yank this to do fixed handling of files with no test. We only talk about next round. Okay. Looks good to me. Okay, now all this can go away. We've set all that. If output we've set that. We just did that. If file, okay, that should all be happening in what is this, new run group? Oh, no, wait. Okay, let me just see what I deleted. Up here, file name, okay. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, well, I suspect that is extraordinarily broken, but let me just run this and see what happens. We did not get very far. Ugh. Oh, wait, is it, this tells you how many times I use references, or assign references, but that's wrong. 670, well, we ended up in a different location. Okay, time to just look. Well, that was helpful. References. Okay, so I guess maybe I just need to read my error message a little bit closer here. How is there... Okay, let's just... line 6, 7. Okay, what if I just do if setup, then picture is a reference to else, picture is a reference to... What does that do for us? Anything interesting? Oh. You know, I had fixed that when I copied the function when I was going to have two different a validate setup run and validate teardown run. I fixed that in the function that I ended up deleting. What did I just do? Wait a second. Oh, well. I might need to take a little bit longer of a break. I guess I've kind of been cranking here for a little bit. How long have I been going? Almost 3 hours. Oops. Validate fixture. Do I just need to do that? I guess so. It's gonna be file path. $649. Turn valid. 652. This is going to be get name. Yeah. Variable run group. Wait, so what? Oh, goop or gulp. Run goop. All right. That seems to be relatively working. Based on the fact that I'm actually getting a somewhat reasonable failure message here, because this is just a difference in the output error message. Well, let's start plugging through it. I think I may need a Triscuit. It might actually be time for lunch for me. Quote unquote lunch. It's almost 6. And also, uh-oh. All right. It might be about beer o'clock too. Looks like it may actually have a viewer. If you got any questions about anything that's going on or comments or anything, feel free to jump into chat. Otherwise, enjoy lurking. All right, let's start going through these. It's going to be test discovery, test discover file, and this is in. This is called from 42. And that's called from 105. So we have multiple fixtures found, and we're going to have that and that. Oops. One error down. Uh-oh, we're trying to call a get name on a bool. That is definitely not good. Well, and that's because, in fact, my little reference shenanigans here did not work. So I guess it's set up. I should have just stuck with that, I suppose. Else fixture equals. And I suppose PHP stand did not catch that, because when you pass anything as a reference parameter, it basically just punts, because the function inside there, right? Whatever the function does to that perimeter, right? The perimeter only gets type checked when it's called, and the function can do anything with that perimeter, and so there's really no way to flag, hey, this is what this is on the way out. Or at the same time, I kind of feel like, well, I don't know. I guess that would be tricky to handle. Because, right, I've said setup and teardown have to be a certain type. And so presumably passing that in there, but I don't really know how you would enforce that. So references can be a little tricky, I guess, unless you make some assumptions about what the code author is trying to do there. Let me just run that again. This is where test discovery file. Buffer test discover file. So now we are in 93. This is going to be what does that say? Multiple just fixtures found, I think is what fixtures found. And fix that error. I'm not sure it did. Multiple, it's because I got too many spaces. Just go through this. This is A1. All right, well, multiple pictures found, and six errors. This is in 69. Uh, 64. Multiple. What's going on here? Multiple. Oh, got to delete that word. $57. Now where are we here? Test directories. Test runner. Test directories. 679. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is in what? Test directories? But no, directory is getting set right. It looks like file is actually not getting set. So, okay. Let's just walk through this. Run group is file name and file namespace setup function, teardown function, test valid. So if we have Okay, so if the test index is, we have not seen this test and the class exists, reflect the class. This is where the class is actually defined. We set seen equals true. Then if the test or the class either begins with the word test or has the test attribute, slap it into the array of tests. Same thing with function. We get the function name, get our index. If we haven't seen this index, and the function exists, reflect it. And if this is where the function is actually defined, indicate that we've seen it. And then if the function begins with test or has the test attribute in it, we stuff it into our tests array. Otherwise, we do this regular expression match here. And I guess I'll split this off. So if let's put that at the top. So if it begins with setup and there is no other word that we matched on, which could be either file or run, then this is just a setup function. So if old, right, valid equals false, log that we have multiple fixtures. Otherwise, we set old to new and then return that everything is fine. Exact same thing happens if this is a file or setup file. Otherwise, we suck out the run name and we call validate run fixture. So we start out valid equals true. If the run name is blank, we set valid equals false. We say, sorry, can't figure out a run name here, and then we log an error. As we normalize the run name, if that is not in the current run group, right, and we're passing, going to create the new run, create a new empty run info, and then add that run to the run group, and then pull it back out. And if this is setup, we set fixture to setup, otherwise we set it to teardown, and we validate that fixture. And that is going to end up with setup and teardown being set. Or an error happening. And then we return that result. So that looks okay to me. Otherwise, right, if this is not set up, then this is teardown. So so wait, what are we passing in? State, file path, run group, function, run name, false. Okay. So what are we doing in validate runs? Valid equals true. For each run, If there's no setup function, then that is an error. Set valid equal to false, and then say the teardown function has no match in setup function. Otherwise, we set the run ID on there. And we copied the test from one group to the run. Validate run fixture. What do we do here? Guess it doesn't really matter where we do that. So now if valid, okay, new run group. Is this called anywhere? It's no longer called anywhere. New run group. I'm a little bit confused about what's happening here. And I feel like we can actually move this to validate runs. But first I need to figure out what's happening here. So are we not calling... Where is this here? This is discover directory setup. New file. Okay, so what happens here? This happens. Right, then we just come in here and right, everything is already all taken care of, so the directory test just iterates through all the files. Where are we here? let's just, okay, let's just echo. Yeah, file path run group ID initialized to run group ID. And actually, you know what, let's just be sure about this. Output initialize to 1. Are we, I don't think the test run holds the group ID. Uh, right, we're doing the same thing here. Valid equals state run group file path invalid. Okay. So if so I guess one difference here is I still don't understand why we're just getting a blank though, to be honest with you. Unless, you know what, that's not the run group. That is not the run group, that is the run name. So, okay, I think I'm looking in the wrong place. So, function was this validate run fixture. So what is happening with run name? Are we just forgetting to set that? Yes, I think I even said that. Run info name equals run name. Okay. So that took things down quite a bit. Oh, I gotta take this echo out now. Is that my only problem? No, okay. Well, that makes me feel slightly better. Uh, oh, you know what that is? That is just me Engaging little copy pasta. Um, all right, so this is getting a little ridiculous, I guess. Or is it? I don't know. Well, actually, this seems fine to me, I suppose. Um, because, right, you have a file there that has no tests, and then... So I suppose that's actually okay. Where is that in? That is, run. But we want test, I think, run. Test runner. Why does this sync? Oh, because I have not opened that. I was trying to pull up an existing buffer. And so where are we here? 558. Oh, I just completely. Oh, you know what? And this is going to be, I assume. All right, so that's dope. I'm going to celebrate with a Triscuit. It might be time for some more water as well. Or maybe I should just knock off and go for a walk while the sun is still up. But I'm feeling a little motivated, I guess, to keep going. Oh, well, we have dropped our memory. Memory is finally coming down. I think we were up at 446 or something. So that's exciting. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more water. Maybe something else to drink. Get the Friday night started. And then I'd really like to get through this whole file today. And I think we're getting near the end. Right? We just basically have class left. So yeah, this will happen. This is gonna happen. So yeah, I'm gonna go grab, like I just said, some drink, and I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. So, the first thing I'm going to want to do to continue, or the next thing I suppose I should say, since I've been doing this for a bit, is so I don't believe I'm using those constants anymore. The only constant I'm using here is the test attribute constant. So bye-bye. I believe I'm also not using test info anymore. I am not. So, oops. Yeah. So, see ya. I have this paranoid feeling. Okay. And so here invalidate runs. What do we have? New run group. Oh, I'm still in. I'm in the wrong file here. New run group. So that is now called from where? Two places. But what is going to happen is I think this is going to go away because here invalidate runs. What we'll do is if run group runs. We will just set the group ID in here. Wait, will that work though? Yes. So this will be group ID equals, and then groups will be run group. Tests, run group ID. We slap the new group ID on the end there. Add it, and then run group. Tests, run group ID equals, well, you know what? Oops. Okay, so that's dope. So now where do we call new run group? If there, so if not, and then what is this in? Discover file. um, so what do we if tests? You know what? I'm just not going to worry about this. If result equals run group runs, then we'll just set it to the run group. Otherwise, we'll set it to the file. And then what are we doing up here? Run group equals Maybe I want to change how that works a little bit too. Not sure. Oh, whatever. So what are we doing here? We can get rid of this function. I think we can also get rid of this function. All right, let's just do a little sanity check here. That would be correct. 683, because now this is state global. State global, and then 686. State global. Okay. All right, so the next thing I'll do is I guess I'll just, if then valid equals valid, it's going to be validate fixture. Validate fixture, and this is going to be state logger file path. New is going to be your function, and old is going to be directory setup, and valid. Takes care of that, and then this is going to be run name. So this is going to be validate run fixture. Valid equals namespace. Validate run fixture, and this is going to be state logger file path run group function run name and setup. Okay, and then this is going to be oops, I need to invalid equals namespace, oops, namespace validate fixture, state logger file path, new is going to be function, old is going to be directory, Teardown, and valid, can't forget that part. And this is going to be valid equals namespace validate run fixture, pass in the logger, the file path, the run group, function, the run name, false because it's just a teardown, and that with valid. So I think that takes care of that. kind of thinking about just returning this run group anyway, and but I don't know. This is probably a little bit cleaner because then there's two conditions to check in the calling function, which is did I get a run group back, and are there any runs in that? So but actually, I should probably walk through this anyway because I moved this fix me to make sure I would take care of it, and then it's still sitting here. So what is happening with valid? Valid is well, I suppose we're at a point where we don't actually need to check that now, right? Because even if it's invalid, right? This is called from here. Right, if we're not valid, we just skip to the end. And if we are valid, so I guess not handling, or I guess I am handling it now. I guess I'm a little bit less concerned about, right, we're not really recursing here. We're just parsing this file and spitting it back, so I feel like I don't need to be as diligent about cleaning up my variable space. So let's not then. And I don't know, I suppose like there's an argument to me to put this in another function, but it's not being called anywhere else, so I don't feel like there's any reason to add the overhead of another function call. But you know what? Let's do this. So let's get rid of this regular expression. Let's well, all this is going to move out, but let's just first, if what do we have here? The function name, and this is going to be a substring compare. So the haystack, well, doink. All right. So 0 equals substring compare, and the haystack is going to be the function name, and the needle is going to be set up. Let's do offset equals 0. Let's do oops, offset, and this will be Sterling setup, and this will be true. Then offset will plus equal Sterling setup. And then we're going to want to munch a underscore. Now, so offset equals underscore. Now let's put in the function name and the offset. And then so here then we're gonna do another if so what does this return? So it's 0. All right. I think this would probably work. So if 0 equals substring compare, so the haystack is going to be the function name. The needle is going to be run. Offset's going to be offset. Length is going to be Sterling run. Case insensitive is going to be true. Then offset is going to be plus equals Sterling run. And then otherwise, so we're going to want to eat another underscore here. And then run name is going to be, I think, just subster. It's going to be subster function name offset. And I think if length is null, it just goes to the end of the string. Actually, what we can do here is, I guess just we can get rid of the run name and just handle this in so what was the validate run fixture well, it's a choice, I suppose. We can either pass in the run name or pass in the offset, and then figure out the run name from the name of the function. Which isn't necessary. Well, I don't know. Let's just keep this the way it is. So I've got so offset plus equals Sterling eat underscore, and we're going to need this eat underscore. So let's put that down here. And I'm going to take string, the offset. So if offset is less than Sterling string and equals string offset, then we will increase the offset and return the offset. Param string param int offset, and then turn int. Oops. So that handles this, and then this is essentially going to be the same logic for except this is going to be 0 equals substring compare, function name, teardown, offset, Sterling, teardown, true. Guess we can just yoink that. Except setup is now going to be teardown. True here is going to be false. Oh no, that true is going to be, this true is going to be false. So otherwise, if it's teardown, increase the offset, eat the underscore. The next word is run. Then we increase the offset by the length of run, eat the underscore, pull out whatever's left, and valid if you have a run fixture. So this gets rid of that. So let's just see what we messed up there. Forgot the dollar sign. Important dollar sign. But surprised that caused more failures. Huh, okay, well, because I'm not doing something correctly. So what are we getting here? Found multiple... All right, well, let's obviously we need to take a little bit closer look at this. So state scene offset equals 0. If 0 equals substring compare from 0 right, then offset equals plus equals eat underscore. So if the function name, say, is setup, right, that's 5 characters. So offset will be 5. So that would, yeah, so that would work. We eat the underscore, and then if, so we put us at, that would put offset at 6, 1, 2. So let's say this is setup run here. Setup run, offset's going to be 6, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, that's exactly where we want to start. Okay, then offset plus equals 3. And then okay, otherwise, so if we found run, otherwise we're going to validate the fix. This is directory setup, right? This is setup. Also, if 0 equals substring compare, true. Advance by the length of teardown. Keep the underscore. Look for run. So we increase by run, we eat the underscore, grab whatever's left, and then logger, file path, run group. Yeah, this is teardown. Otherwise, valid equals file path function. Oh, this is why. This is not function name. This is token name. Oops. Token name. Token name. Token name. Token name. Token name. Token name. So let's see what that did for us. So I guess I must not have run my tests before. Where is this? This is discover directory. And then where are we here? 168, I think. Found multiple fixtures found. All right, both of those are bad. Multiple fixtures found. Right, is that what it says? Multiple fixtures found. Found fixtures found. No, we found. Oh boy. Okay. Multiple fixtures found. A bevy, a cornucopia of fixtures. Okay. So buffer, discover. I feel like there's still room here for... Oh, well, wait a second. I'm discover factory setup. Okay, so I'm much happier with that. Still feel like there's room for tidying this up. I'm trying to think of what I would want to do there. I mean, I kind of feel like I almost want to implement like a name iterator or name parser or something. But I guess maybe come back to that. So where are we here? I feel like I just want to walk through this function more, just because there's that fix me in there, and I just changed a bunch of stuff. So if the function name is blah, generate a function index, see if we've seen it, and it exists. If it does exist, reflect it. Check if this is the actual line and file where it was defined. If so, then we've seen it, and then we suck out the name. If we start with setup, right, then we increase the offset, keep the underscore, and then if we have the word run, then we increase our offset, pull out the run name, and then validate that run fixture. Otherwise, it's just a setup function, so we validate that fixture, and then otherwise we do the same thing for teardown. So if it starts with teardown, we advance the offset, keep the underscore, check if the word run is next. If so, then we advance the offset, eat the underscore, pull out the rest of the name as the run name, and then validate the run fixture. Otherwise, it's just a teardown fixture, and we validate it. Otherwise, if it's a namespace token, we set the namespace to whatever the value of the namespace is. And then we validate any runs. And if there are any runs, well, I guess we don't. I'm just wondering if invalidate runs, we want to somehow flag that runs as invalid, but we're returning that. So we're doing exactly right. We're in total control of what we want to do here, which is return false, and then check to see if we have any runs. Okay, so that looks good to me. So now I'm going to walk one more time through discover file. So we get a new token iterator, initialize our file test, unset that, then we set the run group. namespace, setup function, teardown function, tests valid. And while I'm here, I feel like I want to unset all this stuff, except for tests. So we're going to unset the namespace. Oh, we are not going to unset, right, setup function. What do we do with setup function? Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, well, I guess I was getting a little bit too excited there. But we do want to unset all this stuff. We want to unset class name, function name, class name, function name, test index, also class and function, class, function. What else do we have here? I guess run name. That would be one reason to. Well, I mean, I guess we want to set that as well. Offset, and run name. Oh, that's right. I haven't done that in here yet. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just go in here and do this then. So where is my preg? There. So function is it discover directory setup. I'm assuming I did this right because my tests passed, but yeah, this state. Okay, we didn't have this other. So this is basically the same thing here. Else if. So here we'll set offset equals 0 here. This is going to be offset Sterling test. Yeah, this is one of those things where I don't know if it's better to like part of me actually kind of almost wants to pull these out as constants, but so else if so let's just I don't know. Let's subster compare and it token name setup offset Sterling setup true. ARP. Offset plus equals Sterling setup. Offset equals namespace underscore It's going to be the token name, offset, and then we want to check if this is basically going to be kind of like a swapped order here. So if 0 equals substr pair, this is going to be token name file offset Sterling file true. Else if 0 equals, we need to, do we actually need to, we don't. Otherwise, if substring compare, name, run, offset, Sterling run, true, offset plus equals Sterling run. And run name is going to be logger file path, and then otherwise this is going to turn into else. And then this is all for Teardown, right? This goes back up to, yeah. Else if setup, Teardown, then offset plus equals Teardown, and then yeah, we're going to do the same thing here. So file Teardown, else if else. Okay, that is matching up with. Let's just see what that looks like. Yeah, matches is no more. I think this is in class. Okay. Just curious if I've yeah, okay, I've nuked a lot of stuff here. So that's kind of dope. And I need to keep stepping through that, but I now have to go get rid of some water, I guess. Uh, so I'll be, again, I will be, take a little break here, and I'll be back shortly, I suppose. Uh, yeah, I don't know. My camera is being being strange, but anyway. So set this to conservative, like 5 minutes. I doubt I'll be that long, but yeah, I'll be back shortly. I'm gonna try one thing real quick. Maybe give me 1 second. I don't think I'm showing anything sensitive, but you know, sometimes my camera will snap out of it if I just put enough light on the subject. So I don't know if that helped at all. I guess it only matters if somebody's watching me. So I have some thoughts on maybe how to streamline that the parsing of the names. So I guess I don't know. I mean, apparently I'm just hanging out and screwing around with this. Can make like a name lexer because that's kind of what we're doing, I suppose. And this will also be useful, right? Well, we're going to be able to use this. Oops, let me. What? Sorry, I'm trying to minimize OBS there and click another thing. So, right, this will also be useful in Discover class because we're also using a regular expression there. So I think I may just go for it. So where do we have the underscore? So I suppose the thing to do is maybe move this underneath all this tokenization stuff. And so what do we have here? Read file. Yeah, okay. Include file. Guard include. Parse identifier. Parse namespace. Consume definition. Consume statement. Log fixture. So I guess I'll put it here. And so I guess I'll just call this final class name lexer extends struct. And so, oops. Suppose I should set any more. I think all we need is to set name to name. So this will be string, and this will be, and then this is going to be offset, oops, and we'll just initialize that to 0. And then heat underscore will take just this name lexer. And if lexer offset is less than, oh, you know what? Let's suck out the length there. So this name and then this name equals string. Okay, so if lexer, yeah, okay, you convinced me there. We'll call this a string lexer. Name will be so we don't need any of this. Is actually going to be a void. So if lexer offset is less than lexer length, and 0 equals lexer string, lexer offset. Then we'll just include, increase that offset. And then we'll also have function, maybe I don't know, eat string, we'll take the string lexer again, string, and then this is basically going to be this, all of this. So, oops. So result equals, I don't know, false, or result equals okay. Okay, so we're going to want to compare the lexer string. Okay, we'll calculate length equals sterling string. Then we'll compare the lexer string to the provided string from the lexer offset, and then we'll use sterling length and true. So result is going to be equal to whether 0 equals, yeah, the lexer string, and the offset, the length of the string, without case sensitivity. And actually, I guess what we'll do is we'll say result equals true, maybe false. So if then result equals true, and then we'll eat an underscore. The lexer, but we also need to lexer offset plus equals length. And then we'll return the result. Right, so result is false, length is length of the string. If we have a case insensitive comparison or match of the lexer string and the provided string from the offset to the length of the provided string, then we have a match. We increase the offset, and then we attempt to eat an underscore, and then we'll return whatever the result is. And then eat underscore, the offset is less than the length, and the next string is, or the next character is an underscore, then I'll just increase the oh, and we don't even need to return that anymore. So this is going to take a string, and it's going to return a bool. And then I think the last thing we're going to need is each string eat underscore, maybe get remaining. Get remaining. I don't know, get remaining. Function get remain there. String lexer lexer. And this is literally just going to be this substring. Result equals substring. That's going to be the lexer string and the lexer offset. Now, what happens if substring is given a positive? So I have a feeling something, the function returns an empty string. Okay, well, when did that happen? This is only a useful statement if you have not... Well, where's return? Yeah, this is only a useful statement if you keep in the documentation when it used to return false. If an invalid character range is requested, so I wonder if this triggers an error though. Not that we should ever get one, we should... Well, you know what? I guess I don't have to sit here and speculate. So, string equals who? So var dump, substring. So the worst... let's do string. Sterling string. Include all the versions. Oh, but it does. Okay, well, we don't get an error, I guess. We can just maybe make sure of this. Okay, so maybe the thing to do here just for backwards compatibility, I guess that's a word I can't really say. Oh, var dump. Yeah, don't be dumping your vards on me. All right, so that's what we'll do. We will so we will return a string here, and then we'll just make a note. That's 5.6, I believe. Ensure we always return a string from substr. This is going to return a string. I suppose we should return that result to make good on our promise. So I think that's pretty much all we need. So what this all turns into now is discover directory setup. So if token's an instance of a function token, we grab figure out the function name, create the function index, check if we've seen that and the function exists. If it does, and this is where the function is created, or the function was actually defined. We're on the line, correct line and file number. And we'll set scene to true, and we'll do lexer equals new string lexer, and this will be the token name. And then this will just be if namespace each string setup. Then if namespace string. Oh, I need to hand the lexer in there. Lexer run. Then we don't even need the run name. We could just do, well, this is already getting to be a bit, the run name is going to be namespace, the remainder lexer. Although we could just inline that. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, else if namespace each string lexer teardown. Then namespace each string lexer run. I feel like I screwed up yeah, we need to close that. We need to close that. Close that. We actually need to make that a parentheses, and we can run name is going to be namespace remainder lexer. All right. Let's just, I've got to change that up elsewhere, but unexpected token, line 1066. That's a good call. It's a good call. I can't argue with that. So many errors. Seriously? Oh. Oh, that, okay. Oh, and this is, that's a little bit silly. Well, okay, let's underscore. Okay, well, this is because I just need to come through here and change this. So so now I suppose I could actually do the same thing with this this class here, but it seems a tad excessive, unless I just create the lexer. No, screw that. Screw that. Not gonna do it. All right, so lexer equals new string lexer token name, and then so if namespace string lexer test, or we've got our attribute on there, and that's a test. Else if the string, this is what setup, keep forgetting to pass the lexer in, then otherwise if so we got namespace each string lexer, this is file, I believe. Yeah, file. Else if oops, namespace each string lexer, what is this, run, then run name is going to be namespace get remainder, otherwise if namespace string teardown, that's weird. Then delete all that. Change string. Keep forgetting to pass the lexer in. I guess probably means I should just make this a proper object, but I'm no, not file. Okay, you know what? Now that I've typed all this stuff, I'm just going to do it. Private. Oops. Put that up there. Okay. So what do we have here? We have public function. We don't need the lexer anymore. Public function. This is just a. This is actually going to be private, I guess, at this point. So let's just dump this down to the bottom here. So lexer, this is going to change into this. So if the offset is less than the length, then and the underscore is the current character at this offset, then increase that. Public, get remainder. This is going to be lexer, this result, and I can just return that And then we've got each string result equals false. So lexer here. This string, this offset. Okay, and then okay, it's just lexer each string. Lexer each string. And at this point, I kind of just, I'm just going to inline it. Just going to inline it. Might as well. Lexer each string. So now where do we have our lexer again? So if lexer each string, otherwise if lexer each string, we validate the fixture, otherwise run, then this is, oops. Otherwise, we validate fixture. Run name, oops. Okay, is that going to make everybody happy now? Probably not, but let's see what happens. Yes, so now I no longer need to delete those. I guess I do need to delete my lexer now. Okay, dope. So that trimmed a lot of that out. So where are we here? Discover directory. So get a lexer. If it starts with setup, then if it starts with run, validate the run fixture, also validate just a regular fixture. Otherwise, it's a teardown. Or if it's a teardown and if it's a run, then we validate the run fixture and we validate, or just validate a regular teardown fixture. Okay, so we get a new token iterator. Initialize our file test, initialize our run group, initialize these. Then while we have tokens, if it's a class token, yeah, if the class name begins with test or has the test attribute, then we save that off. Otherwise, this is a function. If it's a if we've come across a function definition and it begins with test, or it has a test attribute, we save that off. Otherwise, it begins with setup, and then the next word is file. This is a setup file fixture. Otherwise, if the next word is run, this is a run fixture. Otherwise, it's just a function fixture. Otherwise, if it starts with the word teardown, and then the next word is file, it's a teardown file fixture. Otherwise, if the next word is run, then it is a teardown run fixture. Otherwise, it's just a teardown fixture. And if it's a namespace, we just grab save off the namespace name so we can construct the correct function. Let me unset all this stuff, validate the runs, and then I suppose at this point, no, we need the file path. What else was passed in here? I've already unset that, so we need everything else. Still don't like this name, but if the reflected test is an instance of a reflection class, then you just discover that class. Otherwise, we just create a function test, and I suppose there's not a case where I can maybe just do that, and then, well, and then just stick this in here, because there's nothing's going to fail here. Actually, let's go away parentheses. So we'll just start with a class. If we get a test back, then we'll save it off. Then if we have any tests, then the result is, if we have any tests, then the result, which we have already initialized to null, is either going to be the run group, if the run has any actual runs defined in it, or just the file test. Otherwise, we will log this error about no tests, and then we return the result. So yeah, seems fairly clean to me. Seems fairly clean. Oops. Okay, and now down here to class test or discover class. So let's pull up tests. Class test, and that's actually an awesome spot. So this is going to be so I don't know, class equals new class test, and might as well just get rid of that. So class, run group ID equals run group ID. Class, what do we have here? Test equals class. So I think run group. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter here, because you can't define a test run in a class, so, but whatever. be pretty much the same. I kind of want to unset class as well. But I guess it doesn't really matter here because we're not, this is as far down as we go. We're not going to recurse, so cleaning up our call stack isn't as important, I feel like, here. Although, I suppose it's not a great idea to overwrite my parameter here. So, I don't know. What were we, just call it result, I suppose. Result, result. So test. Oh, you know what? You know what we can do now? This is going to be epic. Actually, where, this is, we can get rid of this cheese. Back, bye-bye, cheese. Uh-oh. No, don't delete everything. Let's just go through here and change all this. So, if the method is static, we continue. So let's add in another. Where is my string lexer? So get remainder. Oops, public function, let's call this matches. Oh, string, tram, string, so I suppose just for this is just a little helper thing. What we'll do is if, result equals substring compare. Oh. I need to look up substring compare. Because basically I think what I want that to do is if you know what, screw it. What do we do here? Yeah. Yeah, let's just do, like, there's two ways I could do this. And I think I am just going to do this stir case comp. This string, and we'll just return that. So we'll make our lexer here equals new string lexer, and this is going to be method get name. So if, what is this, lexer each string test, or has a test attribute, then test is just going to be method else if if lexer each string setup if so actually this is not actually as so because classes are a little bit different than functions, because one of the things the framework allows you to do is it gives you some leeway on your function names in case you don't want to use namespaces. But like class methods are automatically namespace, so there's no reason to support setup methods other than methods that are just setup or teardown or setup object or teardown object. So I guess the point being here, right, we can eat setup, and then we next want to look for object, but we want to mask that to the end of the method name. And only in that case do we want this to be a setup object. Otherwise, we basically want to be at the end of the name. Suppose we could try like eat remainder. In that case, I'm right back to where I started, where what happens if we leave length equal null? It's the largest of needle it's the largest of the needle, the length of the needle compared, so this is not so we just basically want to do another well, we want to do now wait a second, maybe this is it's the largest of the length of the needle compared to the length, so wait, maybe that is what we want. So yeah, let's I don't know, let's just and now I wonder if I actually have an explicit test to see if we don't match setup and teardown methods. Maybe, you know what, I'm just gonna stick a to-do in here. Sure, we only exactly match test, that we only exactly match class fixture methods. Match on fixture methods. Oops. What did I just do? I have no idea what I just did there. Oh, I must have. Well, I was commenting on this yesterday that I didn't know how to close a. Well, I guess I didn't actually close anything. I just switched buffers. Anyway, test that we only exactly match on fixture methods. So here's what we'll do. Instead of matches, we'll have eat remainder. And this is going to be substring compare again. And this is going to be right. Substring compare is haystack, needle, this offset. I guess null and true, case insensitive. So basically this is gonna be eat remainder object. Then it's going to be valid equals validate fixture. Where are we here? Function validate fixture. Why does this think that? Oh, I guess logger. See, now this is where life gets a little bit annoying because this is going to be what class, get file name, and it's going to be like, hey, this could be null. And it's like, no, it won't. It won't be null. This is going to be method, and this is going to be result setup object. And valid. Otherwise, well, actually not an otherwise, it's going to be logger, class get file name, method, this is going to be setup method, this is going to be setup method. I'm just trying to say, like, I feel like I have two options. I could either eat the remainder, make that an empty string, which, well, that's, I don't know. But I kind of just want to do lexer at end. But whatever. Else if lexer eat string, teardown, then if lexer eat remainder object, then this is going to be validate fixture logger. This is going to be setup teardown. Setup teardown. Okay. We can get rid of all of that. and I think everything. Yeah, this is a little silly. So if it begins with test, we actually don't need this tests array. Oh, but dang it. So I feel like this is definitely telling me setup method and teardown method, as well as setup function and teardown function, need to be in the parent. Structures. Like setup function or setup method and teardown method should be in the class test, and setup function and teardown function should be in the file test. So let's see what happens if we get our jank on. And just set these to references. That will be so nasty. Oh, I love it. So right, we set this to result. So name, so this will just be class name and the method name. This is going to be the result, run group ID. And I think this will work. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Then so if we're not valid, or we don't have, if we don't have any tests, result equals null. Return result. And this is going to be, not sure we actually need to handle anything here. Well, actually, this is not true. If so, the logic here needs to be just slightly different. If valid, if not result tests, then valid equals false. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll just do, who cares? If we don't have any tests, here, we'll do if valid, valid equals false, and then if we're not valid, result is null. So if we're valid, then we run a logger, log error. Class name, and our error is what? No tests. No tests were found in this class. Really? Oh, you know what? It's just set up. What else? What else is broken here? 447. Oops. It's just okay. I really need to sort out the logger. Yeah, see, grr. Where else do we have to do that silliness? Here. Okay, dope. Blink. All right. This is in test runner, test files. Where are your line 448? Okay, so first things in the array here, I guess. Oh, you know what? Well, so this is going to be, this does not need to be file name. This needs to be class name. But that problem is I still need to sort out some of my error messages. That's still going to break that. Because the message has changed, but Oh, yeah. Okay, that's perfectly correct. So, but here's the thing, though. I already have a to-do with my errors that I need to be consistent about showing, like file names and file numbers. Um, so this is right now just kind of I mean, this will solve the problem now. It's okay. Multiple fixtures found. And setup object. Let me just. Yep, okay. Found. And tear down object. So I think clearer than golden. Curious, look at that. We deleted almost 200 lines of code. Isn't that dope? And our runtime is fairly unimpacted, I feel like. Oh, and even more incredible, setting those references worked. So, but you know what? This is kind of want to just do that, but this is going to have changes that are going to percolate through the code base. Keep setup method and teardown method in class test instead of method test. And then we're going to have the same thing with setup function. Keep setup function and teardown function in file test instead of function test. And I suppose I could put some reasoning here. These functions are the same for every test function. There's no need to store these for each function test. However, they will need to be provided when executing each function test. So that's the thing. It's gonna like, this is gonna like percolate to the runner. And I keep function these for every method, so there's no need to keep store these for each method test. However, they will need to be executing each test. Keep method fixtures. All right. Okay, let me just take one last look through. So valid is true for each class, as if it's static, continue, get a new lexer. You know what is this? Test discover file. Of course. I feel like I should just throw these somewhere. Sorry, test parses and runs pictures. So this is going to be edit, test runner, resources, files, pictures, test. So we have setup object, turn on object. So public function setup object not echo, I don't know, method. So actually one problem with, well, no. Well, maybe not. Let's, why speculate, right? And then let's do the same thing which is set up in Teardown. So now these should not be discovered because they are not, right? We're going to eat setup in both cases, and we're going to munch. Oh, you know what? That will. Huh, okay, well, yeah. And then what happened to all this? Oh, I guess because I didn't run them. But this worked. This one worked because we just did match remainder. So I suppose the thing to do perhaps is maybe not automatically munch. Oops. Munch underscores. The underscore each string. Which is probably actually so what do we have here now? Get remainder, eat underscore, each string. So where are we? Eat. Oh, nice. I suppose. I don't know. Like I could return a Boolean there, but string deflexor, then lexer underscore. Then we want to eat the underscore. teardown, eat underscore, eat underscore. Okay, then, so one nice thing about this is we're only eating things we need to eat. uh, so eat the underscore there. You don't need to eat another one. We'll eat an underscore there. Then we'll get the remainder. Then we'll eat an underscore if we have file. This is run, we need to eat that underscore. Otherwise we're done. So if eat string, okay. So we'll flap these, I guess. So if we're done, else well, right, oops. I guess that becomes that. Else, keep wanting to go the wrong way on that. Okay. Good thing I tested that, I guess. And it's nice to know that that eat remainder with the empty string is working. And this is kind of what I need in the higher levels. It's just I don't really, I feel like, have a clean way to return back. An error, I suppose. I forget what was going on. I don't know. I tried that before, but I don't remember. I guess I could go back and watch the VOD. So let me just check this here. Okay, if old, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do some more. I do have a to-do about case insensitive. I guess this is important because this could be subject to locale things. So I could it's a little bit hard when you know your native language is English. But I guess the problem here is because I guess PHP identifiers can actually be fairly arbitrary. They don't have to be just ASCII characters. But I don't know what that means. If that means like you can basically have UTF-8 identifiers, and then depending on your locale, this could be lowercasing. I don't know why I just pointed at the screen. This could be lowercasing stuff based on that the PHP interpreter would not lowercase, but this might. Because I believe string to lower is locale aware. And I really shouldn't be talking with a mouthful, I suppose, so I'll put these down. So my fans can blow them away. I think everything else in this file is probably okay, but even if it isn't, like this iteration stuff, I kind of don't really want to touch right now. And I think this is all like fairly clean anyway. Yeah, this is all very straightforward stuff. Okay. So I think kind of start to draw things to a close here. Actually, let me just quit out of here. I don't know, I always do kind of like to browse through the diff just to see, just kind of dummy check what everything I just did, although this is a fairly sort of major change. But I do actually really like how this turned out, like how we're basically doing everything as much as possible in one pass. And I suppose, hey, if I'm using references, I could just keep the nasty going. Actually, that's a nice thing about moving those functions up potentially. Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm drifting off. The problem with function tests is I have to set the group ID on those too, which anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I've looked through this so many times. I guess, right, if something's screwed up, I can come back to it, because what I want to do, I still have, okay, I'm just checking my little list here. One of them I didn't really address, but I added a to-do in the code. I guess I'll go private here for a second, just to make sure I'm logged into GitHub. Looks like I am. Oops. I'm gonna go, we did not pass. Yes, okay. Oh, and I just got the, ooh, lots of stuff broke. Okay. Uh, line 1065. Wait a minute. What am I doing here? Oh. So offset, if offset is equal to okay, so okay, if greater than equal to this length, result equals string, otherwise result equals, oops, return results. So this was I don't know, prior to PHP. Oh, I guess they changed this in minor point releases here. So haystack, needle, 3. What are we doing? 3, null, true. All right, so these results are totally all over the place. So okay, is that what's going on in now let's just open up what we can here. Length must be greater than 0. Let's start, this is 5.6. Okay. So length equals max of Sterling string for this length. What did I just call it? Lane? Yeah. This length minus this set. So where's null? That's line. Actually, I guess we just need to put that in here. So where was that burping at? So the length must be greater than 0. So that goes up to Boy, they've really messed around with this function, haven't they? So from 5,0 to 5,5, this is fine. And from 5,1 to 5,2, this is fine. But then 5,3 to 5,6 got angry. Then 5,3 and 5,4 and 5,5 up to 5,5. Well, I guess there was no 5,511. Oh no, 5,511 has its own opinion about life. So essentially what we're saying here is this is backwards compatibility. Calculate explicit length for length for substring compare. Okay, so that takes care of that. So then 511, all right, 5,6 is perfectly happy. But then 7, 0 and all of 7, 1, and then 7, 2. They're like, hell no. So we'll put this backwards compatibility 7.3. Handle offset greater than equal to string length for sub compare. Boy, what do we think? Are they gonna break that in PHP 8.2? Good Lord. Okay. Well, let's just check. So is there another place where, I mean, I guess this could this might be an error as well. Well, guess we'll find out soon enough. Um, Oops. All right. Back to actions. Yeah. All right. The start position cannot. So, all right. Now we need to check. I guess this. Separately. So let's say bar, I don't know, 3. Because this is going to be where? In 1039? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Oops. All right. Okay, so this is backwards compatibility. Same thing, basically. So I guess this is going to be the same logic. Okay, so if offset is greater than or equal to length, then we'll just, I guess, match the empty string. Otherwise, else result equals false. You know, let's just keep this the same way. Else. All right, no whammies, no whammies. Don't be stupid, 5.5. You can do it. Sweet. All right. So there's kind of one more thing well, let me jet hub action set up PHP. PHP support. It does have 8.2. Okay, so now the question is, I don't want my test suite to fail, I guess. 'Cause I think I want to add 8.2 because that is in beta, I believe. So GitHub actions allow, oh, there we go. Continue on error. You also support marking specific checks as required. Continue on error. So is there an example of this? Matrix version. So GitHub matrix allow is this what I was so okay, workflow, so where is workflow syntax? Don't need. Okay, well, I suppose it would help if I first oh, there we go. So jobs. Where do we talk about strategy? Where are the chances is going to take me to a useful place on the page? Okay. Find a matrix of different job configurations. Okay, so what does my matrix look like? All right, this is just the different PHP versions a job will run. In this example, the workflow will run. I can specify multiple. This creates 6 jobs. Yep, that makes sense. Using expanding include. Six jobs, one for each combination of OS and Node. When the job for the OS value of Windows latest, a node an additional variable called so where was this to allow did I just steps? Okay, well maybe back to here. To remove control how job fields are handled with okay, fail fast defaults to true. I don't know if I actually like that. So please tell me include okay, this looks like a useful thing here. Although I suppose as soon as I here, please anchor this for me. So strategy matrix okay. Multi-dimension. I feel like this is this really around to be okay. So job test so continue on error equals matrix dot can I do like an equality test? Matrix include PHP versions 8.2. Can I just put continue on error? Actions, hit status, if add, push origin. Let's see what, if anything, that does for us. Okay, well, I must have misunderstood something because oh, include, okay, what happens if I try that? So wait, I guess I'm a little bit confused. Well, obviously. So version O, well, I guess. Wait, did I not? I never committed it. Okay. I suppose I'm gonna have to put that in quotes. Yes. All right. Well, I would feel worse about wasting GitHub cycles if, right, it knew these were the exact same commits, but oh, look what we got there. Oh, it failed. So what failed? Oh, the tests of formatting of dynamic properties. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Question is did that's what I want. I think it's okay if that fails right now. I think I need to go get something to eat though. How long have I been sitting here? Wow, 6 hours. Okay, so that was a solid stream. Definitely a solid stream. I don't know what's going on with my camera. I feel like I'm sitting in like was it Fight Club? I feel like that movie Fight Club. Everything had kind of a, especially when they were fighting in the basement. Maybe it doesn't look so bad on a full screen monitor, but anyway, where did I leave things here? I guess everything's pushed up and pushed up in passing for the moment, except for PHP 8.2, which we're okay with that failing for now, but it'll give us an idea of what sort of work we need to do. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm going to call that the stream. And I don't think anybody's really been watching me through all that. But if anybody has been, then I appreciate you lurking. And wherever you are, have a good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, or a good night. And next time I stream, I guess I won't see you, but you'll probably see me. So take care.